Egyptian style green beans called fasolya. This is a very popular dish in Egyptian culture, and today's live I will be showing you how to make it, all the while working on my recipe video that I will be posting to my social media platforms. So let's go ahead and get started with this live. Welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook. Here in my hands are all my notes, including my voiceover audio that I use for my recipe videos. So if you've seen my lives before, first part of what I do with my lives in preparation for the video is I go ahead and record all of my voiceover. If you're wondering why the text size is so large on my notes, it is because I am legally blind. It does not mean I am fully blind. It just means my vision is blurry to a significant point of vision loss to where I am considered legally blind. I was diagnosed with Stargardt's disease at a young age, so I just have to do things a little bit differently. One of those things is when it comes to reading, large print text is what I do. I'm currently live on TikTok, which is to my left, and YouTube, which is to my right. So that's why I keep on going back and forth like this. Here we go TikTok, here we go YouTube. Anything that is highlighted in yellow on my notes, that's just my way of letting myself know I need to position my camera up on me and say those lines as I am doing whatever part of the sequence in the recipe that I am currently in. So that's just my way of letting myself know. Flip the camera up. Anything that is not highlighted is essentially camera will be facing down, positioned on whatever it is that I am doing, and the focus will be on that. And then when it comes to the editing process, then I will add my voiceover to those perspective clips. So beside me here, we have a whole lot of veggies and ingredients that we will be using. The main one of the main ones is fresh green beans. So I'm going to go ahead and show you in today's live how to make Egyptian fasolya, which is green beans and tomato sauce. And the best part, my favorite part, we will be adding lahma to it. So I'm super excited for that. And the tomato sauce we will be making from scratch. We're not going to be using any canned tomato sauce. So I have some, well, this is the parsley. Here's the tomatoes, on-the-vine tomatoes. And then at the very end, we're going to be making some vermicelli rice. So let's go ahead and get started. First things first, for the voiceover recording, let me unplug my refrigerator because the motor, when it kicks on, gets so incredibly loud and it interferes with the with my voice, and I don't know how to do the whole noise canceling stuff when it comes to editing my videos. So that's just the easiest way for me to do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and record all my lines, and then we will start with this recipe process. First thing that we're going to be doing after all of the voiceover lines are recorded, we will be preparing the lahma. That will be the first thing that we do. So let's go ahead and get started. In Egyptian culture, we call this fasolya. Slice it into strips, then into cubes that look like this. Fry the lahma in samna for a few minutes per side to caramelize it. Then add yellow onion, cardamom and cloves, dried bay leaves, sea salt, black pepper, and enough water to cover the lahma. Once it reaches a boil, skim any of the foamy substances off the top. Turn the heat to medium. First, wash it in a bath with baking soda and water to remove any zebella. Then cut off both ends. And cut the green beans into either halves or thirds. Now fry diced onion with minced garlic for a few minutes in olive oil until it becomes fragrant. Add diced tomatoes, along with tomato paste. Season it with ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Mix this really well. Then incorporate the homemade lahma broth. Do not forget to add the lahma too. Once the tomato sauce reduces, I said reduces, I was supposed to say reaches. Because I wrote once the lahma, or once the tomato sauce. Did I say lahma the first? I don't even know what I just said. Regardless, I've made a mistake because I said reduces and I'm supposed to say reaches. So let's try this again. Once the tomato sauce reaches a medium simmer, add the green beans. Let me try that last line again. Add the green beans. Mix this well. And let this cook for about 20 minutes with the lid on. Fry vermicelli in semna for a few minutes until it browns. Then add washed Egyptian ruz, which is a medium grain rice. Mix it well. and let it sit for about 1 minute. Then add enough water to cover the ruz level no more than 1/2 inch. Once it reaches a boil, turn the heat to low. Put the lid on. And let this cook for about 12 minutes. When finished, let the ruz rest for a few minutes before giving it a gentle fluff. To serve fasolya, form a bed of vermicelli rice. Pile the fasolya over it. And for added flavor, squeeze fresh lemon juice over it. Garnish it with fresh parsley. And it is ready to serve. Egyptian style fasolya. All right, that completes all of my voiceover that I needed to record. Let's go ahead and turn the monitor this way. And we need to turn the camera as well. Then I'm going to clear some of my counter space because we will be preparing the lahma first. So in the middle, we got green beans, parsley, and then tomatoes right here. Just setting this all to the side. Here's the tomato paste, some seasonings and spices, moving everything out of the way. This is semna, aka clarified butter in Arabic. We have some onions as well. Garlic. And then the vermicelli and rice. Just moving everything out of the way, except for the lahma, because this is what we are starting with. Just going to grab a small towel. Grab 2 just in case. Let's go on a little trip. Going to bring you guys, over here. Cutting board for the lahma. also going to be using this later. Go ahead, adjust you guys. Actually, I'm going to bring you guys up here on the counter instead. And then I'm going to tilt you down like so. Hopefully this gives everybody a better point of view. Give me one moment as I adjust TikTok. And then I will go ahead and adjust YouTube as well. All right, let's get this piece of lahma out of the packaging. All right, be right back. Just throwing out the packaging and washing my hands. All right, I do have one recording line that I need to do before with my main camera. So my main camera, anytime I'm pointing over here, reaching this way, I'm going from my main camera. That's what I use to record my actual, for like the final cuts that I post of my recipes. I use that main camera for. Starting with beef chuck roast. All right, let's check that clip, and then we can go ahead and move forward with the slicing and cubing. Starting with beef chuck roast. Starting with beef chuck roast. Let's try it again. Starting with beef chuck roast. Okay, the lahma's in focus. That's good. Starting with beef chuck roast. All right. We should be good to go. I need to position this down. All right, everybody can see lahma's in position. All right, first we're going to cut this into strips, and then we're going to cut it into cubes. All right, so we just need to cut it into little cubes like this, bite-sized cubes. So I got the shot that I needed for that part. So I'm going to go ahead and so let me put these to the side, bring this plate over here. So I'm going to go ahead now and dice all of this up. And then once I have like all of it diced, or not diced. I keep on saying diced. I'm thinking of like the onions and stuff. Once I have it cubed, I should say, I need to record one more shot with my main camera, just like me holding a piece. And then we can go ahead and start cooking. If you're just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook, and we are making Egyptian style fasolya for today's live. Fasolya is a green beans and tomato sauce. Right now we are working on preparing the lahma. We are cutting it into cubes, and after this, we will cook it for a few minutes on each side just to caramelize it, and then we're going to add some ingredients to turn this into, or to make, I should say not to turn this into, but to make a fresh lahma broth. So we're going to be adding onion, well, a whole onion, I should say, and then cardamom, cloves, dried bay leaves, sea salt, and black pepper. And then obviously a whole lot of water. And while we're waiting for the lahma to cook and for the broth to form, then we will work on preparing the green beans. We're going to clean them up and cut them into like smaller pieces, I should say. And then after that, we will work on preparing the sauce, which is a fairly simple process as well. And then once we have the sauce ready, then we're going to incorporate the broth and the lahma, and then incorporate the green beans, let that cook for a bit, and we're going to work on making the ruz at that point. So let's go ahead and get this shot that I need. This looks like a good piece. Let me make sure this was in focus. It kind of like went out of focus, it looked like at the beginning there. Let's make sure. Let me just try it again. All right, this one should be much better. Looks like it was actually in focus. All right. All right, this one's got to be it. Three's a charm. Oh my goodness. I'm feeling so miserably right now. All right. Take what? 4, action. All right, I'm just going for it and calling it a day. Let's move this to the side because I need to bring the countertop stove over. I need to wash my hands as well and clean up my spot. All right, coming in, a little bit of soapy water. That's all cleaned up. It'll be dirty again in a few minutes, don't you worry. Countertop stove. Let's come in with a big pot. Don't need the lid, at least right now we don't need the lid. All right. That's the semna. Then also, I need to prepare this onion really quick before I start that, because I will need it for the broth. Because it's going to go right into this pot. So let's just go ahead and get this out of the way. Just cutting off the ends and peeling the onion. All right, onion is peeled. Setting it back to the side for now. Let's get rid of all this nonsense. Be right back. All right. Now let's come back with this. All right, you guys should be able to still see in here just fine. I do need to adjust this camera to be able to see in the pot. So just give me one moment, please, and thank you. I actually need to bring this camera up onto the countertop as well, like so. Let's adjust that. Okay. let's do this. So this is clarified butter, also known as samna in Arabic. If you're wondering how I made this, I do have a video on both my TikTok, YouTube, and all of my social media platforms. All right, the heat's at like a medium high right now. Give it like 10 seconds, then we'll go in with the samna. Be right back. Just gonna wash off my hand. All right, the lahma's in the pot. We're going to give it a nice mix. We just want it to cook for a few minutes on each side, just to give that outer, just to give it some nice caramelization and color on the outside. I'm just slightly turning up the heat on this. This canister might be running out soon, I think. I'm going to go grab another canister. Yeah, I have the dial to all the way high right now, and it should be much louder than this. Kind of like how that initial sizzle was. Just gonna let it keep going until basically it dies out. And my camera just told me internal temperature too high, so it just powered off. All right, like 1 more minute. Camera just overheated again. Internal temperature too high. While that's going, I'm going to go ahead and bring everything I need. So we got yellow onion peeled. We're going to need some cardamom, cloves, and dried bay leaves. Also going to need a whole lot of water. And then the sea salt and black pepper. All right, then add yellow onion. So in this order, yellow onion, cardamom, cloves, dried bay leaves, sea salt, black pepper, and water. Let me get the cage, the spice cage for the cardamom and cloves. So we got 6 cardamom pods going in the spice cage. And now the cloves. Then for the cloves, we have 6 cloves also going into the spice cage. Let's try this again with this camera. Hopefully it cooled down a bit. That was the cardamom and cloves. Now let me go ahead and arrange these bay leaves. Next is the sea salt. That was the sea salt and black pepper. And finally, the water. Now we need to let this reach a boil. So I'm actually, for this part, I'm going to move this over to my main stove. But before I do that, I'm going to reposition this camera to a different angle. I'm going to pull it back a little bit as well. So just give me one moment as I make these camera adjustments. and then we can move that, we can move the pot over to the main stove. All right, this should be okay. Let me turn you guys this way. And then tilt you up a little bit. So that way you can see more of the stove. Because that is where we are headed. Actually, we'll put it on this one. So I have it on high heat. We want it to reach a boil. Here's the lid. So we're just going to let this reach a boil. Right now we have in here, we have the lahma that we seared for a couple minutes on each side just to brown it and caramelize it a little bit. Then we added 1 whole yellow onion, 6 cardamom, 6 cloves, 4 dried bay leaves, sea salt, black pepper, and a whole lot of water. Just enough water to cover up the lahma and part of the onion. And that's what we have going on in here right now. It's essentially to not only cook the lahma, but we're also making fresh beef broth. We're using the cut of lahma that we're using is a beef chuck roast that was cut into cubes. So that's what's going on in here right now. Heat is on high. We want it to reach a boil. So it's going to take about 5 to 10 minutes roughly for it to reach that boil. And then once that's going, we are going to work on preparing the green beans and the tomato sauce next. Let's see here. We still do have a few shots to take care of once this reaches a boil. We need to show it, in fact, boiling because it will form like a foamy white substance. I don't know exactly what that substance is that forms on the top layer when you're making like that when you're making homemade broth. It happens when you're using chicken as well. It also happens when you use lamb. So anytime you're making that homemade broth using any type of meat, whether red meats or chicken or poultry, that foamy white substance that forms on top, we need to remove that. Then after that, I do have a recording line as well. Let's see, and then we're going to move on to which bag? The green beans. So we got a whole lot of fresh green beans in this bag. We're going to go through and clean these and prepare them. So while we're waiting on this, let me clear some of my counter space. Oops. Actually, let's see here. We still need all of this stuff. I do need to but like peel this garlic. So let's go ahead and do that while we're waiting. I also need to take care of the onion as well. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook. And for today's live, we are making Egyptian style fasolya, which is green beans in tomato sauce. So right now we just finished preparing everything that we needed for the lahma to essentially not only cook it, but it's still at the beginning stages of cooking. But we finished preparing the lahma, and we're working on the broth right now as we speak in this pot behind me. And right now I'm just peeling some garlic to get that ready for when it comes time for the garlic will be used for the sauce. We're going to be making the tomato sauce from scratch. We're not going to be using any type of canned or prepared sauce for this recipe. Actually, move you guys back a little bit more. All right, all the garlic is peeled. I was about to say all the garlic is peeled. Started flipping my letters in my speech. Garlic is peeled. Here, actually, let me bring you guys over here. Because I do need to clear up some of clear up some of the space, and I do need to wash the other knife that I used from earlier. So let's go ahead and clean this while we're waiting for the lahma and broth to reach a boil. Well, it's not broth yet. And it looks like TikTok wants me to verify that it's me. So just give me one moment while I do this puzzle thing. All right, welcome back to everybody on TikTok. bring you guys back over here because the water is boiling. So let's go ahead and take the shots that we need. I need to turn on that camera. And then I also need to get you guys situated again. So you can see inside the pot better. Let's turn up the heat. Let's move these out of the way. Oil skimming the foamy substance off the top. Right. Here's a bowl. So there's not as much in this batch, but you can see it more so, like it will collect along the edges especially. So there's a little bit over here. There's a little bit on this side. You don't want to confuse it with like the bubbles that form just from it. Like if it's rapidly, so like if I turn up the heat, for example, like those bubbles that are forming, that's not the foam in reference. That's just from the temperature being so incredibly high. So you want more of a controlled boil. You don't want that like violent boil to where you can actually see the like the water or the liquid and the contents, the lahma and all the contents that you put in here. You still want to be able to see it. So as you can see, there's only just like a little bit of like foamy substance around the side here. There's a little tiny bit over here, but not all too much. It's really not that bad, this batch. I do need to adjust the camera for these next couple shots. So just give me a moment while and make these adjustments to my main camera. Need to adjust the camera again because I do have a line that I need to record now. Give me one moment while I make this adjustment. All right. And let this cook for about 1 hour per pound of lahma. And let this cook for about 1 hour per pound of lahma. That's not the lid. The lid's over here. And let this cook for about 1 hour per pound of lahma. See how that looks. Hopefully it's okay. And let this cook for about 1 hour per pound of lahma. Okay. See how that looks. All right, let's move this. We can turn this off. We're actually going to move this behind me over here to the main stove. So we have it at about a medium heat, and it's 1 hour per pound of lahma that we're going to let this cook. It's going to do two things. It's going to cook the lahma until it's essentially, we want it to be fork tender. That's the goal. And number two, it is going to create a very delicious broth that we will be using for making the tomato sauce later on in this recipe video. So let's go back this way. We actually need to temporarily move the countertop stove out of the way because we do not need it for this next portion. I need a giant bowl, and because we are about to work on the green beans. Let's tilt you guys down. Our bowl can be right there. All right, so we got some fresh green beans. Do have a recording line, and I do need to adjust the camera. Oops. Okay. Now let's prepare the green beans. Let's make sure the beans is in focus here. How I said it was okay with my tone and speech. Now let's prepare the green beans. We're good to go. I do need some baking soda for this next step, and also some water. I have like a little bit left in this one and a little bit left in this one, so let's just combine it into one. I need to tilt the camera down onto this bowl. All right, we're just going to give it a bath in some baking soda and water. So let's do this. That's the baking soda. Up next is the water. So the baking soda and water will help remove. I said in my voiceover, I said that will help to remove any of the zabala. Zabala is Arabic for garbage. All right, that should be okay. The next shot. And even if I just remove like a handful, like so, you can see that the water is a little bit like cloudy in color. That's just anything that was on, well, that's not a green bean. Anything that was, whether it was like something that was sprayed on this or whatever the case may be, it cleans all of that debris and nonsense off of the vegetables. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over here. This is definitely no good. That's going in the garbage. I need to bring you guys over here. Quick field trip. As we I do need to bring the beans over here for this shot. And I also need to bring my camera over for this shot. So just give me a moment. Coming up first with the camera. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. All right, green beans are washed and good to go. Oops. Give me one moment, please. All right, let's come back over here. Let's make another mess over here. Let me tilt you guys back down. we're gonna come back with the green beans. Actually, let me give this bowl a nice rinse before I use it again. Let's come back over with my main camera. Let's get reconnected. And then let's move forward with preparing the green beans. One more moment, please. Just plugging in the cords for both the battery and the monitor on the camera. We should be good to go. I don't need the baking soda anymore. That can go away. It's way too low. Okay. Let me make sure you guys can see everything okay before I come back over with the green beans. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. See, hopefully this knife is good. This knife should be okay. How do I say it in my voiceover recording? So I say, then cut off the ends and cut the green beans into either halves or thirds. So I need a shot of me just cutting off the ends like how I just did, but I need it to be more focused on said camera, on my main camera, I should say. Let's do it with another one. Hopefully I can get it faster. Because I wanted to be able to, like, the speed of me doing one, because I wanted to match with me saying, then cut off the ends. So that should take a matter of like 2.5 seconds for me to say that roughly. That last one was good, was fast. All right, here's a bigger one. Let's try it with this one. We should be good to go. Then after that, I'm just gonna go through and do that and not have to worry about recording with this camera, with my main camera. So let's do this. It did not focus at the end. Oh my goodness. So delete that one, delete, and delete. That one should be good. Let's make sure it's good to go, and then we can go through and do all of these. All right, so far so good. At the beginning, very good. We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. These, how can I do this so that way I'm not just piling it? Let me grab a plate. Just put that there, bring this pile closer to me. All right, hopefully you guys can see everything. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so right now we are just, here, let me turn off that camera as well during this downtime. All right. So this next step, we are simply just going through and cutting the ends off of the green beans. So even in situations, so like, so like this one, for example, it has the stem on this end, but on this end, there's really no stem. You still want to cut off that end because it will most likely be like bruised. So you don't want to cut off too much, just as little as possible. So like, oops. So as you can see here, that's what I literally just cut off. It doesn't even sit on my fingertip from how tiny it was. So just as little as possible of what you want to cut off. But when it comes to like the actual stem, cut that completely off. So as you can see, this one, there's no stem on each end. I'm going to just cut off just the bare minimum to just clean off the tip, and then you should be good to go. And then once we're done cutting off all these ends, then we're going to go ahead and a good majority of these are smaller, like in terms of not just like how fat they are, but in terms of length. So I did say in the voiceover that you want to, after you cut off the ends, you want to either cut these in halves or thirds. For the most part, I'm going to just cut these in half because of their length, but for one like this, I might cut into thirds, so we'll see how it goes. But then like this one, for example, I'm just going to leave as it is when it comes time to cutting it into smaller pieces. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook, and for today's live, we are making Egyptian fasolya. Fasolya is an Egyptian style green beans in tomato sauce, and we are also making it with lahma in it. So right now, as we speak, we are preparing the green beans, but behind me over here on the main stove, we have the lahma going. So at the beginning of the live, that's what we first prepared. Essentially, we took a beef chuck roast. We first cut it into strips, and then we took those strips and cut it into cubes. And then we took those cubed pieces of lahma and we cooked it over medium-high heat for a few minutes on each side with some semna. Semna is Arabic for clarified butter. We cooked it for a few minutes on each side just to caramelize it and give it some color. And then once that happened, we added 1 whole yellow onion, 6 cardamom, 6 cloves, 4 dried bay leaves, sea salt, and black pepper. And then we added just like I want to say like 2/3 of a gallon of water. 2/3 of a gallon of water, yeah, roughly 2/3, or even like 3/4 of a gallon. I didn't measure. It was just enough water to essentially cover the lahma and the onion. Then we brought it to a boil. Once it reached a boil, there was barely any foamy substance that formed on top. We did skim the very little that was there. Then we turned down the heat to like about a medium, and we put the lid on, and right now we are just letting it cook. It's doing 2 things. It's cooking to not only for the lahma to help tenderize it, but also for, we want it to create fresh broth that we will be using for making the tomato sauce. Then after that, we started working on the green beans. First, so we have fresh green beans over here. We first added it to the bowl and we gave it a bath with some baking soda and water. That helps remove any of the debris or chemicals or any of the nonsense that's on the outside of the green beans. And after we finished giving it a bath, we rinsed it, and now we are simply cutting off the ends to clean up the green beans. Once we finish cutting off these ends, we're then going to slice these either in half or in thirds based on the length of the green bean. We don't want to make it like too incredibly short. So like one like this that is already small in nature, we're just going to leave it as it is. But then for one that is this size, most likely just going to cut this in half and move on to the next one. Then once these green beans are all cleaned up and cut, then we will start working on the sauce. The sauce is fairly simple. We're going to fry up some diced onions and minced garlic. And then we will, once it becomes fragrant, we're going to incorporate diced tomatoes and some tomato paste. Then we're going to add some simple, oops. This one's no bueno. Then we're going to add some simple seasonings, ground coriander, cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. I'm going to mix it, and then we will incorporate some of the broth that we have going behind us here. And then we will also, based on the time, we will also incorporate the lahma. Then once that happens, we're going to let it reach a simmer, and then we will introduce the prepared green beans. And fresh green beans, they only take like roughly 20-ish minutes to cook based on what you're cooking it in and temperature and all that good stuff. And once we add the green beans to the tomato sauce and lahma, then we will work on the final step, which will be the vermicelli rice. That process is fairly simple as well. You fry the vermicelli in semna. Once again, semna is Arabic for clarified butter. You fry the vermicelli in the semna for a few minutes until it browns. And once it browns, you add the washed Egyptian ruz. Ruz is Arabic for rice. And Egyptian style rice or Egyptian rice is essentially like a medium grain rice. So you incorporate the washed ruz, you give it a nice mix, you let it sit for about 1 minute, and then you introduce the water to it. You let it reach a boil, and then once it boils, you turn the heat down to low and let it cook for about 12 minutes. Then once finished, you let it rest for a few minutes, and then you give it a gentle mix or a gentle fluff. Then essentially we will reach the point where we can plate the vermicelli rice, or also known as ruz bil shariya in Arabic. We can plate that along with the Egyptian style green beans, which is called fasolya in Arabic. And then we can eat. Then for added flavor, I'm going to squeeze some fresh lemon juice over this, and then garnish it with some fresh parsley. We're about halfway through the beans. And then we can move, after we cut off these ends, then we can move on to slicing them into smaller pieces. And then we can get back to the cooking. All right, that's all the ends. Cut off the green beans. Just go ahead and get rid of all this nonsense. Be right back. All right, I need to bring the cutting board over here. I also need to turn back on my main camera for this next portion. So I got the shots that I need. So these are the lengths that I'm going for. I set these 3 to the side because I'm going to, once I get these all cut up, I'm going to hold these 3 pieces kind of like so, to go along with the part where I say either cut these in halves or thirds. So most of these I'm just cutting in half. And some of these I'm not cutting at all because they're already small, or short in length, I should say. See, like these, oops, like these 2 that I just grabbed, I'm not going to cut either of them. That one's okay. These ones I'll cut. All right. I'm gonna go grab the bowl. This can go back in the bowl. So the lahma and the broth is smelling and looking really, really, really good. Actually, no, you know what? I will save these ones for later. We still do have a little bit of time for the lahma to finish. The broth is pretty much good to go from what I just looked right now. Let me give this a quick rinse. All right, this next part, we're going to start working on the sauce. First, by finely dicing the onion and mincing the garlic. And then we're going to dice up the tomatoes as well. finely diced onions. We can set this to the side for now. Up next is the garlic. Just going to add a little bit of water to this bowl. Purpose of this water, just going to dip my fingers in it, and then I'm going to run some water along the blade. This will make slicing the garlic much easier because the garlic will not stick to the blade. So when it does like attach to the blade like that, it easily slides off. Be right back. That last onion is starting to like really affect my sinuses. All right, garlic is all set. We can set this to the side. Up next are the tomatoes. just removing the stickers. All right, I'm going to give these a quick wash. I will be right back. I'm back. So first things first, I'm going to remove the tomato pit, just like that. Tomato number 2. And the final tomato. This is garbage, or as I say in the video, Zabala, which is garbage in Arabic. Now I need to dice these tomatoes. Oh, here's a knife. So the tomatoes, I am dicing them a little bit on the finer side because for this sauce specifically, we will not be blending it. We're going to let it just reduce on its own. This will give the sauce a little bit more texture as well. So you just have to trust the process. I need to grab a bowl to transfer these in as well. Can move these out of the way for now. Let me move some of this stuff out of the way temporarily so I can clean up my mess. Then we can start cooking the sauce. Actually, before we start cooking the sauce, I'm gonna bring the lahma and the broth back over here to give you guys an update of how it looks. And we're also going to check on the lahma and give it a taste. So let me bring the countertop stove back over. Set that right there, okay. What am I looking for? Lahma's been cooking for about, what time is it right now? It's 8:47. It's been cooking for at least an hour 15, hour 20, like minimum. I want to say like an hour and a half just to be safe. Like roughly an hour and a half considering the time, you know, it took me to get the shots that I needed and everything that I needed for this. It's about an hour and a half so far. So let's give it a try. Yallah, Bismillah. It is also steaming hot as well. All right, so let's put this back on the stove behind us. Set this over here. Don't need it anymore. This is what we do need. I do need to turn the camera, my main camera, back on. I'll be right back as well too. I need to clear my sinuses from dicing this onion. It was like that last half onion that really did a number on me. So I will be right back and then we can start cooking the sauce. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Let's go ahead and get situated here for this next portion. The olive oil, which is behind me, now it's in front of me. Where am I? This anyways. Then cut off, I did that. That's for the green beans. Now fry diced onion with minced garlic for a few minutes on each side. All right, so these should be some simple shots. So I have the heat to about like medium high right now, and we're about to go in with some olive oil. Up next, we got some diced onions. At about 20-ish seconds, we're going to go ahead and add them in. All right, 20 seconds is up. Up next is the garlic. I ran some water on the blade before before I put the garlic on here. This will make swiping the garlic off the blade a million times easier. Just like that, one simple swipe, and the garlic comes off the blade. Let me get whatever is left over here on the cutting board. I'm going to adjust my camera angle. too low. Much better. All right, all seems well with you guys. You can see what's going on in here, which is good. So right now we got some onions and garlic in here, just frying them up in olive oil. We're going to let this cook for several minutes. We want it to become fragrant and for it to get some color. This is for the sauce. Pretty soon we're going to come in with some tomato paste as well as the tomatoes that we diced earlier. Let's go. And once we add the tomatoes and tomato paste, we're going to come in with the seasoning as well. Onions and garlic are fragrant now, and they're starting to develop some color, which is good. That's what you want to happen. Another minute or so, we'll give it another mix. I'll take the shot that I need, where there'll just be like some onions and garlic on the spoon, and have the camera focus on that. And then we will incorporate the tomatoes and tomato paste. All right, let's go in with the tomatoes. Followed by the tomato paste. All right, that was the tomato paste. Just cleaning off the spoon here. Make sure it all gets in there. Going to go wash my hands, be right back. All right, up next is the seasonings. Up first is the ground coriander. Followed by some ground cumin. That was the ground cumin. Up next is the sea salt. And finally, the black pepper. And now we mix it, and I think I do have a recording line. It mixes really well and incorporate the homemade broth. Right now, we're just mixing this really well. And then we're going to come in with the broth, which is behind me, on the stove behind me, I should say. Let me reduce the heat just a little teeny tiny bit on this, just for this temporary moment. Good. Now I need to bring over the lahma broth. me turn this off temporarily. Let me bring you guys over here. Here's that fresh broth. Here you go, TikTok. And here you go, YouTube. All right, let's bring you guys back over here. This way. There you go, TikTok. And there you go, YouTube. Let's turn this back on. So in here right now, we have diced onions, minced garlic, finely diced tomatoes, tomato paste, ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Right now we're about to come in with the homemade broth. So let's do this. So while that's going, just going to keep the heat down to low. Let me mix it. So the sauce for Fasolya should be a little bit like on the looser side. You don't want it to be so thick. I'm going to redirect the camera back to over here to where the lahma is. For this next part. All right, this one should be okay. So now I'm just taking all the lahma out. Trying to avoid putting the bay leaves in here. It's kind of too dark for me to actually see what I'm grabbing in the pot. Here's the lahma. All right, let me bring you guys back over this way. There you go, YouTube. There you go, TikTok. Let's turn the flame back on. Hoping none of the bay leaves got stuck to any of these pieces of lahma. We should be okay though, I hope. All right, let's do this. All right, lahma is incorporated. This is where I have a recording line, so I just need to give this a quick mix. Let me. I need to adjust the camera for this next part because I do have a recording line. So just give me one moment, please, and thank you. Actually, for this for this part, I'm actually going to move you guys over here. fasolya. All right, hold on, let me. Oh, I don't like your attitude. You're so mean. Okay, khalas. Go eat some. Let me try it again. I completely still. Go eat some lahma. Eat some lahma and go sit down somewhere. I shouldn't be saying, okay, khalas, go. I should be saying, okay, khalas, eat some lahma and go sit down somewhere. Oh, I don't like your attitude. You're so mean. Okay, khalas. Eat some lahma and go sit down somewhere. I'm waiting too long to do the little tap. There's too much of a pause. Let me try it again. I'm going to get this right. Don't you worry. Oh, I don't like your attitude. You're so mean. Okay, khalas. Eat some lahma and go sit down somewhere. My hand like froze when I went to say and go sit down somewhere. It kind of just froze like this, so it's kind of like awkward for me physically. All right, let's try this again. Oh my god. All right, take 4. Oh, I don't like your attitude. You're so mean. Okay, khalas. Eat some lahma and go sit down somewhere. All right, that one was good. Let me check it out. Let's see how it looks. That one was good, but I think there's room for improvement. Oh, I don't like your attitude. You're so mean. Okay, khalas. Eat some lahma and go sit down somewhere. I think that was it because I got the little tap tap at the end or in the middle. Let's see. All right, I'm done. All right. Once the tomato sauce reaches a medium simmer, add the green beans. All right. Let me move some of these spices out of the way because we are done with all of the spices. I can turn off the main stove behind me as well. There's the lid for that. Salt and pepper go back here. These spices we do not need. We'll go to the side. Wipe, wipe, wipe. All right, good for now. Until the next mess. Now I need to adjust the camera, and I'm going to bring you guys back up to a better point of view as well in the pot. Just give me one moment. Let me adjust my main camera. And then we will go from there. All right. Let's see how that looks. That is way too low. that's way too high. All right, let's see how it looks now. We should be okay. All right. That should be okay. Now let's bring you guys back up onto the counter. Quick field trip. Welcome back to the top of the counter. All right, now I need to bring the green beans over. Once the tomato sauce reaches a medium simmer, add the green beans. All right, so first shot, I'll just go like this. Let me just angle just a little teeny tiny bit more. And then zoom in, there you go. All right, let's do this. Give it a quick stir. Second, please. All right, let's do this. That was the green beans. Now we're going to stir it. Let's see, do I have any recording lines? I do. Well, that's not until the rice, which is immediately after this. So I'm going to give it a stir, and then we're going to put the lid on. We're going to transfer it to the stove behind me, to my main stove, and then we're going to work on the rice. And now that the green beans are in, once mixed, it does take about roughly 20-ish, like 15, 20 minutes. Let's just call it 20 minutes for it to cook. I'm going to come in with a little bit more of the broth. So just while I gather some more of that. Here's a little bit more of the broth. All right, where did I put the lid? Not this lid. Where is the lid? Where is the lid? Oh, it's on the table. On. Let's go ahead and move this to the stove behind me. It's actually going to go over here. Come over with the vermicelli and rice, because up next we will be making the fassolia. That is vermicelli rice in Arabic. All right, let's bring you guys back over this way, and down, and down. Do have a recording line. Now let's make the vermicelli rice. So I need to temporarily move this out of the way. Well, I had it, so let me wipe down my area. Good enough for now. I'm about to make another mess as it is. Let me wash this. I need to adjust my main camera for this next shot. Now let's make vermicelli rice. Now let's make vermicelli rice. Let me just check the footage, make sure the vermicelli and rice are in focus. Now let's make vermicelli rice. Now let's make vermicelli rice. That last one should be okay. Let's make sure we're good to go. Now let's make vermicelli rice. We're good to go. Let's bring the countertop stove back over. Okay, I also need to bring the camera up top so that way you can actually see inside this pot. Oops. All right, you guys seem to be seeing in there okay, I hope. I need to grab a spoon for this. Let's turn on the heat. Oh my goodness. I need to rinse this really quick. Wash this. Let me do that really quick before I actually start cooking because the vermicelli does burn very easily. Just a quick and simple wash. I'm going to go drain the water. Be right back. Back. All right, now let's turn the heat back on. Let's do this. that's the spoon. I thought it was my pen for a moment. Oh, I'm losing it. I'm losing my touch. Maybe I'm not. Who knows? Be right back. Clean my hands. That was semna. Semna is Arabic for clarified butter. Up next is the sharia, which is Arabic for vermicelli. That's this right here. Vermicelli only takes a few minutes to cook. You just want it to essentially lightly brown in color. When frying the vermicelli, you do want to frequently mix it because of the fact it does cook very quickly and it can easily burn. It takes only roughly 3 minutes average for it to fry based on your temperature and the amount of vermicelli that you are cooking. Just checking on the fasolya behind me. So far, it is looking very good and smelling very good as well. Another minute or so on the vermicelli, and then we will incorporate the washed Egyptian ruz. Ruz is Arabic for rice, and Egyptian rice is essentially a medium grain rice. All right, the vermicelli is brown. Now we're adding the ruz. Now we mix it and we let it sit for about 1 minute. water. Up next is the water. About 15 more seconds and we'll go in with the water. Water level, I never necessarily measure. I just go no more than 1/2 inch above the rice level. Let's do this. That should be okay. Now, any of the ruz and sharia that is on the sides here above the rice level, above the water level, I'm simply just pushing down. All right, now we just need to let this reach a boil. Let's turn up the heat a little bit for that. It shouldn't take too long. We are at the tail end of this live ruz, the ruz sharia, which is Arabic for vermicelli rice. Once it reaches a boil, it only takes no more than 12 minutes for it to cook. And then we will work on plating the ruz sharia as well as the fasolya. Fasolya is the Egyptian style green beans, which is the purpose of today's live, which is going on the stove behind me. It will pretty much be done at the same time as the ruz, maybe a few minutes beforehand, because it has been going for about 10 minutes now behind me on the stove. Everything else, like the lahma's been cooking for like almost 2 hours, as well as to make the broth as well. And then we made the tomato sauce. Tomato sauce didn't take that long. And then we incorporated, once we finished the tomato sauce, then we added the lahma as well, and the green beans. And we used fresh green beans. All right, we're starting to get some bubbles going on in here. Another minute and we should be good for the shot that I need with my main camera. All right, let's take the shot we need. I do need to move the camera for this next shot. Just bear with me as I make this adjustment, please, and thank you. Give me one moment. There we go. Oops. I do need to adjust the camera up. And let this cook for about 12 minutes. All right, I'm actually going to move this to the stove behind me while this cooks, actually. I also do need to get it ready for my next shot. So let me do that really quick because it's going to be essentially when it's done cooking. I'm going to show giving it like a gentle fluff. All right, that should be okay. And if I have to adjust it, I will. Let's go back here. Actually, let me move this. All right, so in here we have the ruz b'sha'iyya, and in here we have the fasolya. All right. We'll turn off this camera for now. I need to clean up the kitchen. It is a mess. I have and stuff all the way down here in front, like the edge of the countertop, this half of the countertop. So let's go ahead and clean up. Oops. Let's work on cleaning up the kitchen while we are waiting on the roast to cook. It's 9:54 right now, so at 10:04, that's 10 minutes from now, because it's been cooking already for a couple minutes. We're going to check on the roast. The roast will be done, essentially, is what I'm trying to say here. This is from the microwave. I made a mess in the microwave today because, so what happened was, it's not the first time that I've done this. So the clarified butter, the semna that I made, I store it in these mason jars. And when it starts to get low, what I'll do, instead of finishing off that jar, I start using a new jar. So then today was the day that I decided, okay, I'm going to take that little bit that's left in the one jar and I'm going to melt it and then pour it on top of the other jar that I started using from. So in order for me to do that, to melt it, what I did was I put it in the microwave at 30-second intervals to let it melt. And then once it started to melt, I cut it down to 10-second intervals, and then so on and so forth. So when it was in the microwave and it was at its last 10 seconds, I had it running because like the parts like that are scraped on the side, I just wanted that to melt as well. So that way I can get as much as I could out of the mason jar. And then I heard a pop. As you can see, here's the microwave plate. I heard a pop, and it was too much for the butter, and the butter essentially like volcano effect in a way out of the jar and splashed everywhere. All right, we have 7 minutes, and then we will hop back to the ruz, get the shot that we need, and then we will start plating the vermicelli rice and the fasolya. I also need to chop up the parsley. So bring this here. jars out of the way. This can go as well. It's 10 o'clock. We got 4 minutes. Let's make it happen. Parsley in here. Just need a little bit. Parsley's all set. All right, it is 10:04 right now. I have one last thing to do, super quick. That is to simply slice this lemon in half. All right, let's move back over here. Let's bring the rice over. Let's turn on the camera as well. Oops, let's wait. I accidentally turned it off. All right, heat's that low. Let me adjust you guys so you can see better. I also need to plug in a charger for you. Oops. Give me one moment while I get you plugged in. There we go. All right. All right, stove's on. Here's the remote. We're simply giving this a gentle fluff. You don't want to like rapidly mix it or anything like that, because then it will, as a result, it will like mash up or mush up the rice, and you don't want that to happen. So just a gentle fluff is all you're going for. That's it. When you give it that gentle fluff, you just want to work your way down, all the way down to the bottom, and just like scoop it up gently and then flip it. That's all you got to do, really. All right, so that's all set. Now we can start assembling the final dish. But before we do that, I'm going to bring the fassolia back over here to give you guys one final look at how it looks in the pot before we start plating it and we serve it. Let's see. So I got everything that I need for this. To stir fassolia, form a bed, okay. Blah, 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 blah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. I'm all set with the countertop stove. So let's move this. Let's come in with a bowl. I need to adjust the camera as well, actually. Put it to like right over here, should be okay. So let me position my camera better on this. Oops, wrong way. Oh my goodness, I forgot to bring the fassolia over here to give you guys that final look. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here it is, Egyptian fasolya. Fasolya is Egyptian style green beans and tomato sauce. I also added lahma to this. Lahma is Arabic for meat. The meat that I used in this case for this dish is beef. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. First, we're going to get this out of the way. Put this over like so. Actually, this to the side. So this, I need to position it like right there. Let's do this. Up first is the rose b'shariya, which is vermicelli rice. Put this a little bit closer. Let's do this. Vermicelli rice is all set. Up next is the fasolya. Fasolya is all set. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me move you over here for this next part, because we are about to eat. Let me actually switch the battery over. Just give me one moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here you go, TikTok. Egyptian style fasolya. Here you go, YouTube. Egyptian style fasolya. I do have some recording lines I need to record, and then we can eat. Oops, this is upside down. There we go. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style green beans. That one should be okay. Let's review it anyways, just to be on the safe side. All right, the fasolya is in focus. We're good to go. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style green beans. Good to go. And I have another recording line. Watch the full recipe with voiceover and step-by-step instructions on my YouTube channel and theegyptiancook.com. Watch the full recipe with voiceover and step-by-step instructions on my YouTube channel and theegyptiancook.com. Watch the full recipe and voiceover, not full recipe and voiceover, full recipe with voiceover. Let me make sure I didn't delete the wrong clip. Okay. Food. Let's make. All right, we're good to go. Let's try this again. Watch the full recipe with voiceover and step-by-step instructions on my YouTube channel and theegyptiancook.com, linked in my bio. Watch the full recipe with voiceover and step-by-step instructions on my YouTube channel and website, theegyptiancook.com, linked in my bio. Did I say that all right? I hope I did. Let's see. Watch the full recipe with voiceover and step-by-step instructions on my YouTube channel and website, theegyptiancook.com, linked in my bio. Good to go. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Fasolya's in focus. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. All right, one final look before I go radio silent and eat. Here you go, TikTok. This is Egyptian style green beans called fasolya. Here you go, YouTube, Egyptian style green beans called fasolya. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's recap tonight's live. So for tonight's live, we made Egyptian-style green beans called fasolya in Arabic. It is essentially green beans in tomato sauce, and you have the option of adding lahma. Lahma is Arabic for meat. So for those of you who were not here since the beginning, considering that this was, a 7-day long live, well, that's an exaggeration, but not really, because my lives do take forever because I give you a breakdown of everything as I'm working on the recipe video. But to bring you guys up to speed of how I made this Egyptian style fasolya, we started with the lahma. We cut it into small cubes. I was using a beef chuck roast. So we sliced it into strips, then we cut it into cubes, and then we caramelized it over medium-high heat with semna. Semna is Arabic for clarified butter. We let it cook for a few minutes on each side, just to brown it and to give it some color. And then we added one whole yellow onion, 6 cardamom, 6 cloves, 4 dried bay leaves, sea salt, black pepper, and a whole lot of water. Enough water to cover the lahma and the onion. Then we let it reach a boil. We skimmed the very little foamy substance that appeared on the top. Once it reached that boil, then we turned down the heat to about a medium when we kept it at a medium simmer. And we let it cook for 1 hour for every pound of lahma. In this case, we let it cook for about 2 hours because I was roughly using about 2 pounds of lahma. While we were waiting on the lahma to cook and the broth to form, we started working on preparing the green beans. For this recipe, we used fresh green beans. So we started by cleaning them. I threw them all in a large bowl, and then I gave it a bath with baking soda and water to wash any zibala off of it. Zibala is Arabic for garbage. It's one of my little jokes that I've included in previous videos. And then once we washed and cleaned the green beans, we cut off the ends, and then we cut each one in half to give it essentially like this size. Well, there's 2 on here, about the same size as the spoon. So we cut the green beans down, and then we set it to the side, and we started working on the homemade tomato sauce. To make that, we finally diced up some onion, and then minced up some garlic, some fresh garlic. Excuse me. We fried it for a few minutes in olive oil just to give it some color, and up until essentially the onions and the garlic became fragrant. Once that happened, then we incorporated finely diced tomatoes and a tablespoon of tomato paste. Then we added the seasonings. We used ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper, those 4 simple seasonings. We gave it all a nice mix, and once it was well mixed together, we incorporated some of the homemade broth that we made from the lahma. In this case, it is beef broth. We used about 5 to 6 cups, like almost 6 cups altogether of beef broth that we added in with the vegetable mixture. It did make the tomato sauce a little bit on the looser side, which is okay because for fasolya, you want the sauce to be on the thinner side. You also want it to have some texture. That's why we did not blend it. But we did, when it came to dicing the onions and tomatoes, go as fine as possible. And then for the garlic, of course, mince it. Once the sauce reached a simmer, we added the lahma. And at this point in time, keep in mind the lahma was already done cooking. It reached that 2-hour mark. So once the sauce reached a simmer, we incorporated the lahma, and then we gave it a nice gentle stir. And then at this point, that is when you add the green beans. The green beans takes roughly 20 minutes to cook based on the temperature and the amount and all of those things, but roughly 20 minutes for it to cook at like a medium simmer. So once we added the green beans in, we gave it a nice mix, make sure that everything was nice and covered. and we put the lid on, and we kept it at that medium simmer for about 20 minutes. While the fasolya was cooking, we started working on the vermicelli rice, also known as ruz bil-sha'riyya in Arabic. That's a very simple process as well. You fry some vermicelli or sha'riyya in samna, which is clarified butter. Fry it for a few minutes until it browns, while frequently mixing it because it does burn very easily. Once it browned, then you incorporate the washed Egyptian ruz. Ruz is Arabic for rice, and Egyptian ruz is essentially a medium grain rice. You incorporate that in, you mix it really well, and then you let it sit for about 1 minute before you add the water. And for the water, add the water just so it sits just no more than half an inch above the level of rice. Let it reach a boil, and then we turn the heat down to low. Let it cook for 12 minutes with the lid on. Once the ruz bil-sha'riyya was finished, we gave it a nice gentle fluff, and then we plated this. We started with a bed or a layer of the ruz bil-sha'riyya on the bottom. Then on top came the fasolya. Then we squeezed some fresh lemon juice on top, and then we garnished it with fresh parsley. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go, TikTok, Egyptian style fasolya. Here you go, YouTube, Egyptian style fasolya. We already ate like just a small corner of it. Then I brought you guys up to speed. And then now we are about to finish eating, and that will conclude tonight's live. In regards to the recipe video, so the recipe video will post to my social media platforms. So I'm actually doing a little change with my setup. Instead of posting my recipes on all of my social media platforms, I'm going to keep it focused on my YouTube and my website. For the rest of my social media platforms, I will essentially give the quick frame-by-frame video with no audio, like with no voiceover audio, I should say, or instructions for those of you who truly want the recipe. Then you can head over to my YouTube and or website. I think from this point moving forward, for the time being, that is where that will be my setup for those of you who want my recipe videos. So that will post, the shortened version will post later this week on Thursday, and the full recipe video will post sometime a few days after that, probably next week. Monday is usually how I've been doing it. Thursdays and Mondays are the 2 days I post. Thursdays for the short form, Mondays for the long form. Yallah, Bismillah. All right, excuse me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's going to conclude today's live. Thank you to everybody who tuned in to tonight's live as I made this Egyptian style fasolya. If you're not already following me on TikTok, go ahead and hit that follow. And if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, definitely subscribe to my YouTube. And if you're not a member on my YouTube, go ahead and click that join button as well. It is one of the best ways for you to support what I do here in my kitchen with producing these amazing Egyptian food recipes. Thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Thanks again and have a wonderful night.